Good morning.
Morning, Seasons Work.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Ralph, can you hear me?
Thank you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Am I audible enough?
Yes, you are,
Yes.
Ralph.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Goeiemorgen allemaal.
Hi, Mr. Matikizela.
Goeiemorgen, dat moet ik zeggen.
Goedemorgen.
Good morning, honorable members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning,
we
Chair.
Good morning, Chair. We can hear you from Wanongoma.
Oh, please. Okay.
Good morning. Can you hear you, Chair?
Can the committee secretary actually assist me in ensuring that we actually correct now before we start the meeting? Hello, Cynthia.
Good morning,
Can you
Chair.
confirm? Can you confirm that we correct now so that we can start our meeting?
Not yet, Chair. I think if we can get 2 more members.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Chair.
I see that Honorable Nana is there. Honorable Mkhacha is there. Honorable Andile, Honorable Mkhichama is there. Honorable Ndalane. Honorable Ndalane is there.
I think we are
The
good. We
Honorable.
are good to go now, Chair. We do correct.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Chair.
I did know my name. Chair, I'm also on the platform.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I recognize the presence of the Deputy Minister. Am I right?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Chair. I am on the platform. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister. Well, may I please welcome all of you members to this, our visual meeting, and start off by apologizing that we had initially planned to have a physical meeting, but because of other commitments by
Recording
members,
in progress.
we actually could not do that. I just want to apologize very profusely also to officials who had to travel all the way from Mpumalanga to actually give us a report, only to find that the meeting is actually visual. I just want to apologize for that. Honorable members, we don't have, I don't anticipate that we'll have a long meeting because there are 2 major issues that are on our agenda. One is the briefing by the department on the state of readiness to implement the CPA Amendment Act. And the second one will be the implementation progress and or plans regarding the recommendations contained in our report on the oversight visit to Mpumalanga. Well, maybe without any further ado, perhaps I should first note the apologies, if any. Cynthia.
Thank you, Chair. I only have the apology from the Minister. He will be attending a cabinet meeting in Pretoria. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, can I then hand over to the department? I don't know who is there in the department, or maybe before we do so, ask the Deputy Minister to actually say some remarks if he's ready to do so.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me greet honorable members and all officials who are on board on the platform. No, I don't have a lot to say, Chairperson. Like you said, we don't have a long agenda today. It's just about 2 issues that we have to deal with. From the side of the department, I stand to be advised Dr. Mashilo is the DG on the platform, or who's going to handle the issue of presentation. Dr. Mashilo.
DM, thank you and greetings to members. We have Advocate Tukularo. We have other officials present and they will share the presentations among them. We also have the Chief of Staff from the Office of the Ministers, Busiso Tab.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Dr. Mashilo. Over to you, colleagues, through you, Chairperson. The colleagues will know how they have arranged to make their presentation. Sorry, Chair, I've got flu. You actually assisted me when you said we should no longer travel to Cape Town and make it virtual.
Okay. I think we can attempt to do so.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much, DM Mokitaramasodi here. We have got the colleagues who will be making the presentation to the Portfolio Committee on Land Reform and Rural Development. With me today, the team is on the platform. As and when there would be questions, we will also introduce that team to the Portfolio Committee. The first presentation will be led by Dr. Bongikosi Zulu, who will be giving updates in terms of the CPAs and the progress that we have made in terms of the implementation of the amendments in terms of the Act. And without wasting any more time, Honorable Chair and honorable members, I'll then request that Mr. Zulu takes the Portfolio Committee through the presentation from the department. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and the honorable members, the Deputy Minister, and the colleagues. I will take the committee through brief the committee as requested. In terms of the request, we are expected to brief the committee on the state of readiness for the implementation of the CPA Amendment Act. We have circulated the presentation to the members. Therefore, I will try to be brief in terms of my presentation. I will, in terms of the indexes, we'll have the introduction, the background, and we'll deal specifically on what is it in terms of the provisions, what is it that we're expected to do as the department to get the Act, the Amendment Act into its implementation, what are the key provisions and how far are we? And then I can see that we are still struggling with flagging the presentation. If the chairperson may allow me to just for 1 minute to allow my colleague to get it on the screen.
No, I will allow them to do so.
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry, Chairperson and Honorable Chairperson and the members about that. I was already on the introduction slide. Introduction. Next. Yes, I think the members will remember that when we started the process of amending this CPA Act, it started a while ago. It was this Amendment Act is a product of various consultations with the CPAs, with other stakeholders, which led to an indaba at some point, and other consultations and oversight meetings with our former ministers, and that resulted into the amendment of the Act, which the President assented on the date of September 2024, and then it was published and gazetted on the 8th of October 2024. But what the committee must note was that in terms of this act, this Amendment Act, there was no provision that was made for the proclamation of the act for the effective date, which meant that the Gazette, the date for publication in the Gazette of this particular act on this Amendment Act on the 8th of October 2024 became the effective date, automatically became the effective date. And what is more important in terms of this act, the other provisions are not, they've been, which talks to the administration and enforcement of compliance with the act. However, what is more important to share with the community is that it provides for the establishment of a communal property association office, which is a separate, independent office that will deal specifically with the affairs of all the CPAs that we have registered in the department, and also to provide for the appointment of a registrar and also the deputy registrars at regional offices, and it also defines the functions of the registrar. So that was key in terms of this Amendment Act, so that any provision, anything that we do in the Act, we must start from the establishment of the office as well as the appointment of the registrar and the deputy registrars. We will therefore provide progress in terms of that, and it also requires us to develop regulations or amend the current regulations to give effect to the amendments, which we proposing that that will be done, and we will.
Sorry,
also...
Chair. Sorry, Chair. The slides are not moving.
Yes, there is a, yes, I realize that it is not actually moving. I have resorted to actually go to the document that was sent to us a while ago. Can we actually organize that it moves with your presentation so that we can follow?
Okay, so I think my colleagues here are trying to. We're in the introduction slide. I'm not sure whether the members they can see the introduction slide.
Yes, we can now.
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. I was on the last bullet to say we are in the process of drafting the regulations, which we proposing that we will publish them by May 2025 for public comments in relation to the regulations to regulate some of the provisions of this particular act. The next slide is on the background. The next slide is talking about the background, as I've indicated, that what is important on the background is that the Amendment Act further provides various administrative changes in the governance and management of communal property associations. All of those are vested those powers are now vested with the registrar, which would be supported by the deputy registrars as indicated in the Act. It also strengthens the administrative enforcement and control measures and gives powers to the CPA registrar in dealing with the matters related to the communal property associations. The next slide, in terms of the legislative reforms, just in brief, there are those sections, as I've indicated, that we must establish the communal property association and the office, and then further to that, there shall be regional offices, which means in this instance, the regional offices will refer to provincial offices as we know them, and also the minister has got the powers to appoint a registrar. If we say he has got the powers to appoint the registrar, we are referring to the permanent registrar, because the Act for now, it provides for a permanent independent office and a permanent independent person who will be the registrar of the taking over the function, the administration of this. And also the registrar, once appointed, needs to communicate or get consent from the Director General to establish the regional offices and appoint deputy registrars in each one of such offices to perform such function, those functions that are performed by the registrar in those offices. The next slide, and still on the legislative reforms, what is important for the members to note, Honorable Chair, is that the Act does provide for transitional arrangements in terms of Section A1, because there was an anticipation from the drafters that it might not be possible to, from day one, like for instance, the 8th of October, as we have indicated, to have the registrar appointed there and there. So that provides for transitional arrangements, which must immediately commence as from the commencement date of the Act, which I will talk to those transitional arrangements. So the transitional arrangements provide that in the next slide, provide that the Director General shall, in consultation with the Minister, appoint a competent official within the department for now. That's what the Act is saying, to perform the functions of the registrar from the date of commencement of the Act, and which was the 8th of October 2024, until a permanent registrar is appointed. So in the next slide, it talks to the office of this office that I've referred to, which we are saying that office will provide for the establishment of this office, that Section B, and which will be headed by the CPA registrar. And what is also important is the area that I've bolded, that is bold, this is in bold, that the department will establish this office at a national level. We'll have this office at the national level, and also what we have provided for in terms of the transitional arrangements is to make sure that the current personnel that is in the office of the communal property institutions, the directorate, support this office until we have the permanent office. The officials that are there will be assigned to perform these particular functions. In terms of this establishment, in the next slide, for permanent basis, there is a process that we need to follow, obviously, to get the permanent office operational, and also to make sure that there's an approval by the DPSA. There is a structure that is approved by DPSA, which obviously that process will be undertaken by the new department in the fit for purpose structure process, to make sure that we have this permanent capacitated CPA office going forward as a permanent solution with the relevant staff. And obviously there shall be an allocation of budget for the structure to be created. We also, in the next slide, talk about the appointment of the registrar. I think I don't want to repeat what I said, but what is important is that permanent registrar will be appointed. That process will follow the fit for purpose, obviously, with the new department that will start operating from the 1st of April. Will be assisted by HR. Obviously, there shall be timelines in terms of when that process to get the permanent structure and the CPA office fully capacitated. And the deputy registrars, obviously, that will follow the same process as I've indicated in the slide above. in the regional offices or provincial offices. In terms of what I've mentioned, Honorable Chairperson and members, is that the Act does provide transition arrangements, because the process that I've mentioned, which is the permanent process, is going to delay a little bit because of the processes that we still have to follow. However, in terms of transitional arrangements provided for by the Amendment Act, the Minister has already approved the appointment of an acting registrar as prescribed by the Act, Section 18A2, and then the DG has already issued an appointment to an acting CPA registrar, who will then be resume duties or commence his duties from the 1st of April 2025, to then start establishing an interim office, the CPA office in the national level, using the current staff that we have in the CPI unit, and also do an assessment in provinces if there is capacity that is available for the establishment of the CPA regional offices. If not, then there will be other means that the department will embark on in terms of trying to make sure that the CPA, the dedicated capacity to deal with the issues of CPA, working with the acting registrar of CPAs until a permanent registrar is appointed, as indicated in the previous slides. So currently we have the acting CPA registrar appointed, who will take forward the implementation of all the other provisions as prescribed by the Amendment Act. Fortunately, in this meeting, we have the person present in this portfolio committee meeting. I might be presenting for the last time on this. The next time the committee will be receiving a presentation from the acting registrar in terms of what the actions going forward will be. And then on the transitional arrangements, as I continue, the next slide, I think we have passed this one. We are too far. Transitional arrangements continue. Yes. So then, as I've indicated, the acting deputy registrars, obviously, even though the Act does not necessarily provide mechanisms, a clear mechanism in terms of the appointment, but the reading of Section 2C5 of the Amendment Act implies that the department personnel can be designated to perform duties in the office of the registrar, which the DG will look into that to make sure it is capacitated if there is capacity that is available. If not, then the department will look at other options to have the capacity available to implement the other provisions of the Act, using the current prescripts in terms of of human resources and DPSA regulations. We then, in the next slide, tried to provide a table in terms of what the CPA registrar would need to do in setting up the office. One, we have the appointment has been done for the CPA registrar. What will happen now is to deal with the issues of the personnel and the appointment of deputy registrars in regional offices, which we anticipate to be completed by April 2025, and then the assignment of certain staff to work in these regional offices if they are available, or options, take other options of getting contract posts, contract employees to work in the regional offices due to lack of capacity. I think we've indicated to the committee previously that the tenure reform unit has got a problem of capacity constraints, because currently the officials that are there, they are implementing all the programs of land reform or of tenure reform. They're not only focusing on a specific program like CPAs. So you'll find them dealing with the CPAs, labor tenants, ESTA, communal tenure, all these other programs that are under the tenure reform program. Yet this Amendment Act wants dedicated capacity, which the department is looking at, and the development of the structure, which will form part of the will start in April. We are proposing that we start that process and complete it by April 2026 for the permanent. I'm talking about the permanent structure. And then the approvals and also the advertisement of those permanent positions of the CPA registrar. Obviously, those processes will be determined by the DPSA processes, very much dependent on the DPSA processes and approval processes from DPSA, which then our HR unit will assist us to get that done. And then the implementation, our timelines, we try to be realistic, to say we are hoping that by March 2027, we will have a fully fledged permanent structure for the CPAs, both national and regional offices. These are just a few things that we have indicated as challenges, which I have alluded to. The issue of the capacity constraints at provincial level, which I've alluded to, and fiscal constraints, the budget to set up this office, which obviously, if we have to set up this office as indicated above, we have to engage National Treasury, and obviously the declining compensation of employees budget with the cuts that we have, which will also be a challenge for us to get this done as soon as possible. However, with the transitional arrangements, as I've indicated, we will be able to continue implementing the Amendment Act. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and the members.
Thank you very much. Well, honorable members, I don't know. I'm open to suggestions. Do we interrogate this report now before we go on to the next one, or we receive the next report and then interrogate all of them? But I would personally love to see a situation where we interrogate this particular report so that we do not actually find ourselves actually hobnobbing to and fro on both reports. Honorable members, are you?
My hand is up.
Okay, Honorable Nana. I don't see hands here.
My hand is up, Chair. It's Matigizela.
Okay, Honorable Matigizela.
Chair, you
And
read?
my
Chair, you
hand
read?
is also up.
Okay.
Mine also.
Okay, let me just take names down. Okay, after Honorable Matigizela, who else is there? Matigizela, okay, Nyambose.
Dalane.
Okay, Honorable Dalane.
It's Honorable Adams before Honorable Dalani, and after Honorable Adams is Honorable Dalani.
Okay.
Thanks,
All
Chair.
right. Now in that particular order. Thank you. Honorable Matigizela.
Chair, thank you very much. Without wasting time, Chair, I fully agree with you. In fact, that's exactly what I was about to say. So I think we must interrogate this report before we get to the next one, given how different they are. And you're right that we don't want to be hopping between the two presentations that are completely different. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matigizela. Honorable Nyambose.
Let's finish the report. We get done. Thank you, Director.
Honorable Nyambose, I didn't get you. Oh, okay. The next,
Yes.
Honorable Mtetwa, I can hardly hear you.
Oh, I'm saying I'm agreeing with the idea of engaging on the report.
Oh, okay. Honorable members, now
Yes.
let's begin to engage. Honorable Nyambose, do you want to engage?
Yes. Yes, I wanted to engage if you allow me. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You are now.
Okay, yes. I wanted to say I am interested to see this committee on land engaging with COCTA Portfolio Committee on this subject matter of the CPAs. Reasons are
Order, Chair. Order, Chair. Sorry, Chair. With all due respect, I thought we were first hearing the views of the members whether we should engage this presentation or take them both. I thought that's where we were.
Oh, okay. If that is okay. Nyambose, will you please actually just bear with me and find out from the rest of other members whose hands were up. Honorable Dalane.
Thanks, yeah. I think I agree with the honorable member.
Okay. Honorable Adams.
Agree, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Posov.
No, thank you. On this point, I just want to confirm.
Okay. Thank you. I think there is sufficient consensus that we actually deal with this report. So now, I'm now going to take up hands to engage. Honorable Matigezela, your hand was also for engagement, isn't it?
Yes, yes, Chair.
May I just give you that opportunity to do so?
Chair, thank you very much. Let me first greet the Deputy Minister and the team and welcome the presentation by Umakeba. Chair, I must say upfront that I have a number of reservations about this amendment. Of course, the train has left the station long time ago, but here are some of the concerns that I have. Many CPAs are formed by people who receive their land back and the land that was taken away from them, which means this is their land. Now, instead of us as government empowering people to make their own decisions about their land, we want to take away those powers by adding another layer of bureaucracy from the department so that the department can tell the landowners what to do with their land. I really have a serious issue with that. And of course, I mean, we can argue about the legalities in terms of the tenure system that you have as to who is the rightful owner of the land, given the fact that most of this land is in rural setting where the IPILRA is an act where the minister has where the minister has powers on. But if you juxtapose that with the process of the communal land tenure bill, where the intention actually is to make sure that people own their land, I mean, I can't reconcile the two, honestly. We give the people their land back. We are in the process of making sure that they own their land legally through this tenure system. And we then, beef up the office in government so that we can have more powers as government to tell people what to do, instead of empowering them to do the right thing. So for me, that's the first thing. The two things which are the last point from me, Chair, is that we are now busy, dealing with a number of challenges as government, and one of those is financial constraint. And I think Umakeba mentioned that during his presentation. And again, I can't reconcile the two. On one side, we are busy adding more layer of bureaucracy, which will require a number of staff, which will come at a massive cost. And on the one hand, we are facing, budget cuts and financial constraints. I don't know how we're going to reconcile the two. Maybe the question here would be, how much does Makeba think that it will cost this department to set up this entire registrar office and regional offices? I mean, have we costed this? And lastly, Chair, I would have hoped, Chair, that now that you are preparing for divorce, I did raise this point before. I think it's time for this department to truly reflect, one, on what its mandate. What is going to be the mandate of this department? Because I get a sense that you are all over the show. We are in agriculture, we are in land reform. In fact, we seem to be just, paying very little attention on land reform. We spend more time on agriculture. I mean, what is the mandate of this department once it divorces? Secondly, with the current staff establishment of this department, how does that department structure itself so that it can prioritize its mandate? And then we can see then what is the capacity shortfall once we have done that. And I think it's an exercise, Chair, that will assist us during our workshop, because really, I think we're putting a cart before a horse by being all over the show before we actually establish what I've just said now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Matikizela. The next one was Nyambose. Sorry about the interruption. You were already on the floor for engagement. Nyambose.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the opportunity. I can't help it, but I look at the subject, the CPA, may I greet the Deputy Minister and senior officials and fellow committee members. So this subject of CPA does not take place in a very.
Sorry, Chair.
Honorable Mteto, you seem to have a slight problem of, you are not very clear. I don't know whether you want to change the spot where you are right now and get a spot where you would actually be clearer.
Chair, can Honorable Mtata switch off the video as well? It also affects the sound. Thanks, Chair.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Am I on now?
Nyambo,
Hello.
say you are still not audible.
Oh, I'm not audible even now.
Yeah, so siyakuzwa-ke manje.
Okay. Yes. Thanks, Chair. I was saying that the subject of the CPA is not taking place in a vacuum. The CPAs are challenging the jurisdictional rights of Amakosi and local municipalities because this is an entity created by law to hand over land to communities, but which communities exist within jurisdictions of either municipalities and Amakosi. So currently at COCTA, the debate it is to restore the jurisdictional rights of Amakosi. And if that discussion succeeds, it will come into play where it affects the jurisdictional rights of municipalities. And then the CPAs won't be left also unharmed or unaffected. So, what it means, I'm asking and I'm proposing that as we go into a strategic planning, I so wish that we can have a joint sitting at some point, sometime later, with COCTA where the CPA's jurisdictional mandate will be threshed out and see if it is not going to overlap on the jurisdictions of Amakosi and municipalities. Why I'm saying that is because the CPAs are also found in the communities where these other stakeholders exist. And then it introduces a dilemma or a paradox on who is now a landlord in whose land, especially when also land reform has not completed the process of land claims. So you find that the CPAs get handed over a land which is still part of a sub judice matter in the land claims process under Amakosi, and which eventually, by the time the land claim process is finished, you find that there is a conflict over jurisdiction which has been handed over by CPAs, which it is the same department that it is engaging on this matter. So I am asking that at some point we need a joint sitting and we thresh out this matter so that on the ground we are not introducing confusion by the same department, but hoping that we are achieving a mandate, which mandate has an overlapping function. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Nyambose. Honorable Ndalane, did you also want to engage?
Thanks, Chair. Yes. Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. Let me also take this opportunity to acknowledge the DM and the team and also welcome the presentation presented by the department. My question on the CPA is that what is the difference between the CPA office and the Communal Property Directorate? Is the difference only in appointing an official conduct work done by the CPA Directorate? I will need clarity, Chairperson, on the CPA office structures, because in slide 14 seems to suggest that there is an office structure that needs to be approved. Can the department confirm if it's a structure? And if not, please, they must outline how the structure looks like. If not, why it has department not developed the structure since 2018? If they can clarify those things, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Ndalane. The next taker would be Honorable Adams.
Good morning, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You are, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And good morning to all on the platform. Good morning also to the Deputy Minister. Chairperson, my questions will be as follows. The implementation of the CPA Amendment Act, the full implementation of the Amendment Act in terms of participation of the office is set for March 2027. Is this not an unreasonable long time frame and therefore delay compliance with the Amendment Act? And then is the existing, now, given the challenges confronting the CPAs in particular disputes and infighting, is there adequate institutional provisions to support and stabilize the CPAs? The last one, it should be noted that the limited of the cost of establishing the CPA office, the department intends to transfer experienced officers of the department to the CPA officers where possible. Further, the CPA office will make use of current office accommodation of the department. Chairperson, the department should indicate whether it has take stock of its employees and should be transferred to the CPA offices both at national and regional level, as well as the process that needs to be followed. And the other one, budget allocation in 2025-26 financial year. The department should indicate whether in the proposed budget for the 2025-26 financial year, there is an allocation for the implementations of the CPA Act, or it can be accommodated within the current budget of the department in terms of the medium term strategy and the operational plans. It should be noted that in the memorandum of the objectives of the Communal Property Association Amendment Bill, I will stop there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Adam. Honorable Dr. Posho.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Now, I have two issues I would like to raise. The one was partially covered by Honorable Tetwa. I think it's a whole question about the political role of the CPA. Now, according to the principle of subsidiarity, one would like as much authority as possible, as near the ground as possible. And that would make the CPA nearer to the ground than, let's say, a municipality. But the overlapping problems between this had been, let's call it tribal land, but now it's given back and now it's in a CPA. And what's the role of the traditional leader? Because the traditional leader was a person nearest to the ground beforehand. So I think that's it. The one thing that we need to thrash out in order to prevent conflict or dysfunctionality later on, to say, okay, the CPA is not merely an administrative unit with some functions. It inherently has a political role, and we must define it and, well, I would say make it as clear as possible. Let's say that. And then the second one is a whole question of the efficiency of this whole this whole structure. Will the CPA administration on the side of the Land Reform Department be able to really carry the weight? On the one hand, we have the administrative issues with the CPAs who don't comply, or which don't comply. But on the other hand, we have a very well-functioning title deed system, and they have accounted to this committee before. And I realize that it's a little bit of a difficult question or an impossible question to ask now. The concern is is this registrar going to be equally effective? Because if we have administrative issues on both sides, the CPAs don't quite comply, but those who do don't get exactly the kind of service or surety which is needed from the side of the department or from the registrar, which I believe will be an entity within the department, but not the department itself anymore. I think that's a purpose of this meeting, to get an idea. Are we really ready for that? And I sincerely hope we are. I think if the department can give a resounding yes, everything goes according to plan, everything is in place, which has to be in place by the time we say this ship must sail, it will be able to sail. That's actually what I think we would like, in a very unequivocal way. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Boshoff. Is there any other hand that is up which I have not actually recognized?
Yes, Chair, Honorable Mutama.
Oh, okay. Honorable Mutama.
I also have my hand up, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and all honorable members present. Chair, the amendment is a welcome development because this CPA challenges and dysfunctionality are providing ammunition to land reform opponents to say once we get land, we are unable to use it. So hopefully this new arrangement would assist in bringing functionality to the CPA arrangements. Then, of course, the matter raised by Honorable Mthethwa of the conflicting jurisdiction over land between the chiefs or the kings and the CPAs must be reconciled. We need to find a mechanism in which we resolve this matter. It cannot be left unresolved as it is. Then I'm a little bit concerned by the time frames. It seems like the office would be properly set up 3 years from now. Now, that does not indicate a sense of urgency to deal with the burning matters associated with the CPAs. Is there any rationale for why such a long period of time, including the regulations, that will only come, I think they say 2025, which is next year? Would the functionality of the office not be affected by the absence of such regulations, and why must it take such a long time? So I'm just raising concern, Chair, that there seems to be no sense of urgency to address this burning issue, which affects our people very, very seriously. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mutama. Was it Honorable Matthias who actually indicated?
Yes, Honorable.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, no, thanks, Honorable Chair. Thanks, Honorable Chair. Greetings to your good self, fellow members and staff in the portfolio committee, and officials, ministers and deputy minister in the meeting, and the ministerial staff. Look, Honorable Chair, there's nothing welcoming about what has been presented here. The amendment of the CPA is just but a waste of time, because it does not deal with the real issues of CPA. So, Honorable Mthethwa, this is not a welcoming intervention. It is just one of those javelin throwing exercise of the ruling elite to make itself appear as if it's busy, but busy for nothing. Look, officials pretend to be busy for nothing, and this is consistent with the culture of being busy for nothing for 30 years that we've been subjected to. So this is one typical example of being busy for nothing. I think officials and politicians are in the process here of creating some comfort heavens for themselves by creating structures that serves no purpose. We hear that this structure, these structures proposed by the amendment of the Act is something called fit for purpose. In fact, this is just fit for focal. You know, in the township, there will be a guy called Somandla who goes around and threaten people because he's a weightlifter. He gets into his garage and put up lifts, and in the process he gets deformed because his equipment is not properly designed for weightlifting. So he goes there by the street and they call him Somandla. So this structure called fit for purpose is fit for nothing. We have been told that the department was in the process of redesigning and reorganizing or reconfiguring its structures, the organogram for fit to be aligned with the concept of fit for purpose. And that has been happening for the last 15 years or so. Even Mr. Khoboko had who was assigned with that responsibility under the supervision of the Director General, even resigned without finishing the so-called fit for purpose. So officials are in the business of creating some comfort zones, some safe havens for themselves by creating duplicates and overlapping structures such as this one. So let me go to the substantive issues of this Amendment Act and the structures that are proposed, which the structures I dismiss as nothing else but fit for focal. Look, Honorable Chair, for any meaningful amendment to the CPA Act, for as long as that does not outlaw and declare illegal a practice of former landowners, white commercial owners, partnering with land beneficiaries who got land through land reform, restitution, land redistribution, and all forms of interventions. It's just but a waste of time. And this Amendment Act does not address that aspect. And the only way of addressing that aspect through a thorough, meaningful amendment of the CPA, let alone creating multiple directorates or departments and so forth and so on, which is just a waste of time. A meaningful, thoroughgoing, impactful process of amending this is to amend Section 12 of the Act, which allows CPAs to enter into partnerships, into some joint ventures, as it has been seen throughout many CPAs throughout the country. Mawewe is one of them, Matsamo, and many others. And that's where the problem of the CPA Act is. And until such time that is declared unlawful, and that government provide some funding mechanism for the sustenance and operational purposes of ensuring CPAs and the land under which falls under CPAs is productive, it will be a waste of time. Honorable Mketama and all of us who are new in this portfolio committee, there's nothing welcoming of this bill or of this Amendment Act until Section 12 of the Act is amended and ensure that we do away with partnerships, joint ventures, and things such as those. I address you specific, right, Lasbra, because getting you on the side of the call that says Section 12 must be amended and getting the Progressive Caucus in calling for the amendment of Section 12 is an important call. And the rest of other outfits is just but a waste of time call on them for ensure that we intervene decisively. So lastly, this is the route that we need to go. And the rest of any other engagement about this act and its amendment provisions, it is just but a waste of time. And we must fight hard to ensure that Section 12 of the act is amended. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matthias. Can I now hand back to the Honorable Deputy
Chair?
Minister and yes.
Honorable Mpumalanga is his hands
Oh,
up.
he's on the floor. Okay. Honorable Mpumalanga, sorry for not recognizing your hand.
Thank, Honorable Chair. I was doubting whether I'm audible enough from this place. Good morning, honorable members, officials, department, especially the Deputy Minister. Am I audible enough, Honorable Chair? Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, you are. You are.
Okay.
You're very
Okay.
clear.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, Chair, in welcoming the report, maybe some other matters must be reserved for our strategic plan. Because I believe that in that strategic plan, we shall be able to unravel some of the shortcomings, even in terms of the Amendment Act. Because I think that Amendment Act needs special attention from the Portfolio Committee to deal with a variety of issues that we think are supposed to be reinforcing the ownership and control of the land of our people. I'm grappling to understand the impact to society as of now, particularly ownership, because CPAs might be owning some land, but they are not in control of that land. And once you are not in control, it means you are just plastering over cracks and not necessarily benefiting the desired communities who are disparate for land. And maybe their comment in relation to that would be of interest to me. Whether this model is working for our people is something that they must advise the committee. Well, they are not there just to recycle the old tired policies, but they are there to inject new ideas so that as we grapple with these challenges, officials that are in charge of this program are able to advise the portfolio committee on a variety of issues. And maybe my comment would be whether this model as a whole is working for our people. This question of an office, and I think one member touched on it, which is supposed to be a priority, because you roll out any other program, you must be having an office relevant to manage this particular program. You're talking 2 to 3 years, you're not serious. Even in terms of the regulation, the department is supposed to be ready by now in terms of presenting that regulation to the portfolio committee. But talking 3 years, I don't think you are taking us serious as a portfolio committee. And I know the processes that are involved in developing regulation, but it can't be 3 years. And therefore, I would wish to give us a logic of extending this particular process so that we're able to understand exactly what is it What I've observed in these CPAs is the interference by officials, and it's worrying, because in whatever level you are engaging, you'll be able to see that here there's a great interference of officials to the negative, not necessarily to assist the process for their own benefit. And maybe the lifestyle audit is what is relevant to the Deputy Minister. I think officials that are in charge and are responsible for this must be subjected to that particular process. Otherwise, we'll be wasting time recycling the same process again and again. Without necessarily dealing, because officials that are dealing with this particular program supposed to be efficient, competent, and honest to government and to our people, so that we don't even suspect that they are involved in this. In many of these disputes in communities, involve these officials. And I'm saying, Chair, maybe it's a matter that we must take up as a portfolio committee and deal with it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhaga. May I then hand over to the DM, Honorable DM, and the team.
Sorry, Honorable Chair, I had my hand up just to make a quick intervention, if I may, Chair.
Okay.
No, Chair, we might have to take this conversation out of this meeting, but it will be important to know what is wrong in providing additional capacity to deal with CPAs. That seemed to me to be an inherently a good matter. The issue of the joint ventures where farmers take over this project is a completely different conversation, which of course we oppose and we reject, but to be somehow associated with that is totally unfair from the fellow Progressive Caucus member. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you, Honorable Kutama. I was also a bit worried that the Progressive Caucus is actually taking the matters of different views on a matter to the committee. I was going to suggest that perhaps the Progressive Caucus could convene a special meeting of the Progressive Caucus to iron out the issue. The issue of
they refer matters to Progressive Caucus instead of Portfolio Committee.
The particular issue of where the Progressive Caucus do not agree with one another.
The Progressive Caucus is in charge here, Honorable Chair.
Well, please.
And it is
honorable members, can I actually then allow the Deputy Minister and his team to actually respond to our comments and questions?
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me request the DG to lead those who will be making inputs. I mean, those who will be responding to the honorable members' inputs, I'll probably come at the last, at the end. So, DG. Are you still on the platform, DG?
DM, my apologies. Thank you very much, Honorable DM. And thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Land Reform and Rural Development. There were quite a few questions that were asked. The two colleagues with me today will share those questions. If there's any other question that I think would need clarity, I will then have a response on those. So we'll start with Mr. Zulu. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the Deputy Minister. The there are quite a number of issues that were raised by Honorable Matigizela, and we also he also encountered our presentation, and I think the question that he has raised, I think we have also provided around the issue of the CPAs owning the land that is land that was dispossessed from individuals, and then the interference by the department. I think we have provided a detailed response on that. I think it was also a parliamentary question. What we will do, I think, if the member chairperson allows us, we will provide that response or add to that response in writing, because we provided a detailed response in terms of that particular question on the issue of the CPAs holding the land. But I think also what is important, Honorable Chair and the Honorable Members, is that even though there is administratively, the department provides support to CPAs to ensure that they are compliant with the Act, whether the Amendment Act or the Principal Act. However, the land is privately owned by those entities, because the CPA Act, when it was promulgated, it has got three objectives. One is to acquire, hold, and manage the land on behalf of the members or the beneficiaries through a written constitution. In most cases, you find that the way they manage the land, the constitution of the CPA, there is non-compliance with the constitution or with their own constitution, because the act is very clear that for you to manage this land, you must have a constitution that is approved by the Director General, which will now be approved by the CPA, which is endorsed by the members, adopted in an AGM, and then submitted to the department, so that the department, all what it does is to seek compliance with their own constitution and also with the provisions of the Act, which normally it's a different, sometimes in most cases, the CPA, they deviate from their own constitution and they don't even comply with the Act. However, they remain private owners of the land. I think it's something that also as a department we need to do in our training and capacity building programs, because you will find CPAs coming to the department, reporting to the DG to say the previous committee, the assets of the previous committee does not want to hand over the assets to the department. Yet the Act empowers them to take that member to court and get their assets. Any member of the CPA, any, doesn't have to be a committee member, any member, they've got the similar rights, they've got equal rights to act and guard and protect the assets of its CPA as a member. The support department provides support to any member who wants to do that. There are, yes, indeed, financial constraints, and the process that I've mentioned, Honorable Matigazel, on the cost to set up this office, I think we acknowledge it. As soon as that process has started, we will provide those costs, because that will have to engage our CFO together with the HR to determine, even to do the job evaluation as to at what level would those positions will be, or those officials that will be in that office will be, and that will determine the cost for setting up that office. in terms of the compensation of the personnel that would be in that office. So that process will assist us with that. And obviously, we take note of your comment around to revisit the mandate. I think we were whispering with the DG to say it will be very important for us to look at that as we split with the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, and now we are going to be Department of Land Reform and Rural Development from the 1st of April. So it is important for us to revisit our mandate so that we are focused. I think also the DG, when we were listening to your comment, we agreed. Honorable Tetwa, it is a challenge that we are aware of, the conflicting jurisdictions between where there are traditional leaders and also there are CPAs, especially because especially where the claim was lodged by Inkosi on behalf of the community. And then when the land is restored, it is transferred to an entity. But this is not a CPA Act matter per se. It is because of the restitution, how the Restitution Act is crafted. The Restitution Act provides for the commission, when they restore the land, they must transfer it to an entity. And then because of that, then there was the birth of the CPA, and there was this development of the Communal Property Association, so that when the land is restored, there is this CPA. Whether it was a good model or not, but that is what happens when the land is transferred, restored to communities, which means it might not necessarily be a CPA matter, what the Honorable Member Nyambo is raising, and I think it's together with, there was another Honorable Member who also raised a similar matter. I think it's something that we have to also engage. The Commission must also be engaged in terms of how we deal with that party. If we're talking about an entity, do we have other models that will cater for that rather than the CPA? Because that is what readily available for the Commission, that entity which was established by the department to respond to that section in the Restitution Act. Obviously, there will always be overlapping jurisdiction between the management of the CPA land and the municipalities in terms of provision of services, etc., which also I think is something that is very critical to look at as we move forward with the measures to try and stabilize the CPAs. Honorable Ndalane, the difference between the CPA Directorate and CPA Office. The CPA Directorate, CPI, we call it Communal Property Institutions Directorate, which is, this directorate was responsible previously for the management of CPA and registration of CPAs, especially the registration is at a registration officer, which registered the CPAs. Now that was within the structure of the department within the Chief Directorate and Tenure Reform. However, now with the amendment, this is because the main issue was the capacity, a dedicated capacity to deal with CPAs. Hence, the CPA office was proposed during the consultations, hence the amendment of the Act, which provides for this office. So the dedicated office. This office is not only responsible for support. Remember, when these entities are established by communities, they apply for registration. And then the registration of these entities, of the CPAs, are housed would be housed in this CPA office, which was previously housed in the CPI Directorate. So our view when we're doing the presentation was that the CPI Directorate, the capacity that is there, the few officials that are there, will therefore be assigned to the CPA as a transitional measure to the CPA office and work with the acting registrar until we've got a fully capacitated office as prescribed by the Amendment Act. So that is the difference between the two. However, they are very much linked. It's just that the functions like registration, issuing of certificates, placing of certain CPAs under judicial administration, all that paperwork that is prescribed by the Act, support and training to CPAs, that will now be performed not by this directorate, but by the CPA office in general. The CPA office, as indicated, the registrar, all the powers that were vested with the DG now are vested with the CPA registrar. But there are certain provisions that provides for the CPA registrar to consult and get consent from the Director General in doing those particular changes, like the establishment of the regional offices and appointment of deputy registrars in regional offices. The registrar must consult, that's what the Act says, shall consult with the Director General of the department. Why the structure has not been Honorable Dalane since 2018. The Act was only assented by the President now in 2024, and then came into effect on the 8th of October 2024. So then it provides for this establishment of this of this structure. Initially, the CPI Directorate was a structure within the department. So that is why we are now talking about this new office, because it is provided for, but it is provided for in the Amendment Act or in legislation. There was no legislation previously that provided for any establishment except capacity to assist CPAs, but the need was identified that we needed different structure. Honorable Adams, the issue of the budget to accommodate this, I think that is the main issue. As I indicated, we as a department, when we have done the analysis, job evaluation, and everything else in terms of HR processes in 2020. Now, starting in April, in the fit for purpose processes, we will then provide the budget for the establishment of this structure. However, as I indicated, the transitional measures is that we'll have capacity, we have the acting registrar, which has been appointed to take forward the process. So there will be capacity, although limited, that will be implementing the amendment, the provisions of the Amendment Act, while we getting the approvals for additional budget in terms of the new structure. Obviously, the new structure in the new department will have financial implications, which will have to be addressed by the department. Honorable Bishop, on the political role of the CPAs, the overlapping roles, I think it relates to the question that was raised by Honorable Mtetwa, which I have responded to, which is something that is important to look at and also look at. And the Commission is very critical in this process during the settlement of these claims. What type of an entity is referred to, because the only one that is available is the CPA. They used to transfer land also to trust, depending on what the communities will prefer. However, Department of Justice to the Office of the Master, they have now busy with a bill They want all the land reform trust to be converted into CPAs. We made comments into that because they are saying they don't have the Property Trust Act was not Control Trust Act was not meant for this type of beneficiaries of land reform. They are becoming a problem for them to manage. Hence, they want them to be CPA. So there's that other development, which means the only option the restriction have would be the CPAs. Honorable Katama, I think the issue of the others are covered, and I think what is important is the regulations. I think in my presentation we said the regulations will be finalized this year in May. Because of the procedure by the DPSA, we have to publish them for 60 days. So which means by August, we'll publish it for 60 days, which then is June, July, and then approval by the minister, because they are approved by the minister. Once we get those public comments, we will then add them and then we submit to the minister for approval, which will be this financial year. It's not going to take us 3 years. I think there was a misunderstanding there. It is we were going to, and also Honorable Mfafa, he raised that issue. No, this year we will deal with the regulations now, but we are forced by the law that we must publish them for 60 days for public comments, and then we entertain those public comments and submit to the minister for approval. Honorable Matiase, we noted your issue, and which is the main issue is the amendment of section 12. I think we had a detailed response to this question. I think it was also from Honorable Matiase as a parliamentary question. We will love to also provide that response in writing on the issue of amendment of section 12, and we'll also consider the other issues. However, at the center of section 12, the members have the right to, before a consent to the minister, because it says the minister will, if they want to sell, donate, or encumber the land, then the community of their rights, then they will have to, before they conclude the transaction, they will need to prior consultation with the minister. And however, the resolution to do that must be taken by the members in the AGM. The issues of the structure, I think we can engage that in writing, the rationale behind the establishment of these structures, and the issue of the fit for purpose, we agree. However, now, because of the split, again, the department will have to undergo this process as a new department, as indicated, which we are hopeful that this process of the fit for purpose structure, as Honorable Matthias has indicated, it took long. We are hopeful that in this case, because it was a very big department, two departments together. Now with the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development, the process will be a little bit faster to deal with that for purpose structure. Honorable Mfafa, the CPAs are not in control of their land. I think it's a very broad question. However, the land that is transferred to CPAs is privately owned. However, the department provides support because we understand the background. And again, these communities, they're not homogeneous. You find that it's the third generation or fourth generation that is now receiving the land. Directly, the originally dispossessed, very few of them are still alive. When the commission exactly a claim, you find that you're talking about people who are dynamic, who are scattered all over. However, the objective of the CPA Act was for them to hold the land as a collective on behalf of their members based on their constitution. Yes, there are problems there, and the issue of the CPA model has been a question on the table. And as a department, we have conducted a study, what we said, it's a CPA study, a very detailed document which provides some other options. I think we did share that study report with the committee when we were requested to do so. But we are looking at that. How do we deal with the model as such? Although it's going to be very difficult to deal with it, but there are proposals, there are recommendations in the study report, and also in the evaluation reports that we have received. There are quite a number of studies that we've done, which I think previously we shared with the committee. We can maybe, if the committee feels so, with the DG's permission, we can provide the presentation on the audit report, that's the CPA audit report, in terms of what they are recommending in terms of the model, looking at the models in other countries, especially European countries that have done this, that have got similar CPAs. Also in Africa, although the one in Africa, like Namibia, they're very similar to ours. So it's just a copy and paste of our own CPA model. I think I'm done, not unless I've left some of the questions which we can deal with them in writing by the chairperson, if the chairperson feels we have omitted some of or the members have omitted some of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We submit.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
If I may, just one aspect on the issue of the issue that was raised by both Honorable Boshoff and Honorable Nambusi Umthetho.
Yeah.
About the political role of CPAs. In my view, CPAs are actually not supposed to have political role. It's just that in most instances, you find that there are people who are running these CPAs who don't really understand their role. Because in essence, a CPA is a legal entity. It's just like any other legal persona owning having some ownership rights to land in a land of the traditional league. Just like if I go to my Inkosi Hamatabata and say, Thabirwa, I would want you to at least give me this portion so that I can do 1, 2, 3 for business purposes or for whatever purposes. And Inkosi consult with the tribal council and the tribe, and they say, no, we'll give you a title deed in this particular place. That does not necessarily mean that I'm no longer a subject of Khushmataba. I'll still be a subject of that Inkosi. But owning a piece of land within his place.
Yes.
But because Inkosi traditional even owns me, everything that I own belongs to him. I'm his subject. So CPAs are actually not supposed to have political rights or any political role. They are just legal entities like any other legal entity, a company or whatever. I just felt perhaps we need to clarify this because people who are running these CPAs in most instances are abusing their rights. They think they are no longer subject of Khoshi when their CPA is in the jurisdiction of Inkosi. Those are the issues, maybe Nyambos, that Honorable Nyambos, that we may need to clarify to the people to make very clear when this entity comes into function. Comes to function. The registrar must make it a point that he intervenes in issues of this nature so that people must understand their rights and rules. Lastly, The CPA, like any other legal entity or legal person, it will have its constitutional rights. And the constitutional rights of association will also apply to it like any other company. So if they decide to go into a joint venture with somebody for business purposes, maybe it does not make business sense for them to run that entity alone because they don't have capacity. They must be allowed to do so. So I don't think there is anything wrong in that. It's just that the rules must be very clear and the rules must come out very quickly so that we clarify and tighten the knots where there are loose ends. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister, for your input. I'm not sure whether members would still want to have follow-up questions.
It's Mlindi Nana,
Chairman. Honorable Nana.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to colleagues in the platform. I do take the last part of the Deputy Minister's statement about the importance of the registrar and his or her office to understand and intervene in instances where his or her intervention is required, insofar as CPAs are concerned. But here is the thing, honorable members. Section 10 of the CPA Act empowers the DG to facilitate mediation in instances of conflicts amongst CPA members. And those roles and responsibilities will now be cascaded or transferred to the new registrar. And we all know by now in this committee that at the heart of the majority of the failures of these CPAs is conflicts fueled by various factors, and I will not venture into those. And with so many conflicts across CPAs, honorable members, it is clear to me that despite provisions in the CPA Act, that is not adequate. Now, with Mr. Zulu and everybody else from the department, at least knowing the problems of these CPAs, do they think that the incoming registrar, will he or she have adequate muscle, adequate powers to actually deal with this elephant in the room, which is conflict in CPAs? So that will be my first question. The second question, my interest is on the budget allocation. It really doesn't help to establish offices for the sake of doing so and to not provide sufficient financial support. I would like to check, is this office sufficiently budgeted for? If yes, how much is the allocation for this office of the registrar? And lastly, Chairman, as a way of a request, I would like to propose that the department should be asked to submit regulations to the committee for further scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nana. Yeah, is there any other member, honorable member, that would like to make a follow-up on the responses that were made by the Deputy Minister and his team?
Yes, Chair.
Nyambose?
Yes, ngithi Chair, okubuhlungu ukuthi these CPAs have suddenly mushroomed at a pace faster than a pace of restoring land, Yamakos, where we saw a less interest in restoring land, Yamakosi, but more interest of giving land to pockets of individual and groups in the same land, Yamakos. Umbuzo uthi, what are we solving by introducing CPAs in a land which is clearly demarcated as a jurisdiction of a land of Inkosi? My dispute is that if you're saying land must be handed over to an entity, you are automatically concluding that Amakosi are not an entity. And yet Amakosi are recognized by the traditional leaders framework. If they are recognized, why the law fails to give them the same status of them being an entity which qualifies for handing over of the land? I'm raising this point because we have no historical record of a land being taken from a CPA. But we have a historical record of a land being taken from a king or a kingdom, which was a governing structure of a community. But when we are responding and intervening, we are intervening through a foreign entity that has no historical record. So clearly to me, we are not going back in problem, which today we are sitting with concurrent and overlapping functions, with jurisdictional functions, with powers of entities. We have Amakosi in the same jurisdiction. We have Umaspala in the same jurisdiction. We have a CPA in the same jurisdiction, competing for the same space with the same people who are a subject of the same king. One end we recognize the king, one end we say the CPA belongs to the king, yet at the same time we're saying we are granting them a special treatment that deserves something unique that we can't offer to Nkosini. If there is something we saw as needed or as a necessary convenience, why didn't we see or deem that convenience fit for a king to be given that entity status, so that whatever you want to achieve through a CPA, you can achieve through a king, so that you don't duplicate structures in the same jurisdiction just to achieve an end which is linear in terms of thinking. So, and also the idea of saying we can study any models in Europe. Europe are the causes of the problem we're sitting with here of the land dispossession. They plotted the scrambling of Africa where they are taking the land of Amakosi. It was Amakosa, say Europe, taking a land of Amakosi of Africa. And there's nothing we can go there and study to come back with and say, now this is how we can solve our problem. Those are the same people who cause the problem. But I find it difficult that we can't restore the order that used to be. Instead, we want to shape it differently. And it's very interesting that we're shaping it towards the direction of the same perpetrators who destroyed the very same issue of land we are sitting with. But it's okay. Let's go to a strat plan. I would like to see if the CPAs will see the light of day when we are sitting with Amakosi and Umaspala and the CPAs defining what is your role, whose place is this, because Inkosi will tell indawo yam umbuzo uthi, why are you bringing another entity which is going to reshape the character and the pattern of the geopolitics of an area, jurisdiction of a king, but instead you are saying you are solving something as
But it's okay, Bam. Sabo.
Thank you, Nyambose. Any other follow-up question before I hand over to the Honorable Deputy Minister and the team? Okay, I don't see any hand up. Honorable Deputy Minister and the team. Is the DM still on the platform?
No, yes, I was struggling to unmute. I was struggling to unmute. Sorry for that. I don't think I still have any other thing. I think Honorable Mthethwa summed it up when he says some of the things will be dealt with when we meet in the straight workshop. I think we will request to be invited to that straight workshop so that we can make input as the department. But DG, if there is any other thing, the follow-up that you want to make, you may. I don't think I still have anything.
Yeah, I think your response covered the engagement in terms of the issue around the CPAs. There is another matter, Honorable Chair, that gives feedback in terms of the oversight visit that the honorable members of the portfolio committee had in Mpumalanga. And for that item, we will invite Ms. Anele Sihlangu to give the presentation. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Member.
I had two questions. One was whether the Act in its current form provides sufficient power to the registrar to intervene and mediate when necessary in CPA conflicts, given the fact that despite the current provisions, conflicts persist with no end in sight. And the second question was the budget allocation for this office. Thank you. And the request that we be furnished with the regulations.
Yeah, I do remember your questions, Honorable Member. I was hoping that the team would actually give response to that, especially on the issue of the budget, which you so clearly, asked. Honorable DM and the team.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The current provisions in terms of the Act for the registrar to intervene in terms of the current issues that we might experience with the CPAs. Granted that our discussions to date have always been that we have got a very open way of saying that maybe in terms of what we have landed with, because this act that we are talking about was passed through, I think, in 2018, only came through now. That there are a few issues that we still have got to deal with within the context of the CPA, if we have got to deal with all the challenges that we have with the CPAs. And I think Mr. Zulu, in the last engagements around CPA, had made this point very eloquently to say that this might not be a panacea to deal with CPAs, but forms a very good ground for us to address the issues that are at hand. I would refer Honorable Nana to Section 10 of the amendment of this Act that deals with the information around conciliation, dispute resolutions, and other assistance that the registrar would then be, in lieu of the Director General, will deal with the issues that have been highlighted. So the answer is yes. Regarding the budget, in the presentation that Mr. Zulu had made, he had indicated that from a perspective of engagement, the current budget would be used to deal with that. And I can confirm that where there would be reprioritization, it will be made towards ensuring that we have got an effective office that runs. And there was a question earlier on, which I thought that was also covered, to say in terms of the current resources, we have dealt with now the transitional matters to have this office running, where we have got the acting registrar already been in this meeting to ensure that we can be able to move forward on the matters relating to the new CPA Act as we look at it. And I hope that that would suffice in terms of the areas that Honorable Nana had advanced with this. I would think that as provided and indicated earlier, we will also provide written responses to the questions as indicated by Mr. Zulu, so that it's not only the issues that are here. We are also in terms of the approach that we'll have to this, Honorable Chair. Thank you. Yeah, the regulations will be shared, Honorable Chair, will be shared with you once we have them through. Thank you.
Chairman,
Thank you.
Chairman, I will plead for your indulgence.
Yes.
On the budget, if the DG doesn't have an answer, I mean, there's no sin in saying so. Is this office adequately budgeted for? And if yes, how much is the budget allocation? Look, it can be provided at a later stage if there is no answer. But what I'm really trying to drive home is that, we should at least have an idea of whether this office will have the necessary resources to do its work.
DG.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Basing on what Honorable Nana had indicated earlier on, I thought there were two sections to the questions that were raised around the budget. The second one was to say that even if the budget would not be adequate, we will reprioritize and ensure that the office works. And to the first one, we will provide written answers in terms of the exact figures in terms of the budget for the office itself. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. Now, can we then move on to the second presentation, which has to do with the progress that has been made or the plans to actually implement the recommendations contained in our oversight report from Mpumalanga.
Let me take this opportunity to greet you, Chairperson, greet the Honorable Deputy Minister of our department and all the honorable members, our DG and DDGs and colleagues in the platform. I'm Zanele Sihlangu. I am connecting from another computer. I will be addressing the subject under discussion of giving progress on the 5 issues that were provided for us to give a progress report. I should mention, Honorable Chair, that in our submissions, we submitted both a narrative report and this presentation, which I believe members have been provided with. I will go through this PowerPoint presentation on the issues. I will try to give a bit of background in each of the projects so that we remind each other, I'm sorry, of the matters that arose in the engagements together with the issues that needs follow-up. I'm sorry for that. Let me take a sip of water. Thank you very much. Our presentation has an outline. We can move there. As indicated, we're going to deal with the background. We're going to discuss the 3 CPAs and the 2 labor tenants matters that are here, and then we're going to conclude. I'm on slide 3 now. The person that's moving the presentation. On the background is that the portfolio committee conducted oversight in Mpumalanga on the 9th to the 11th of October 2024, visiting different sites in the province. The oversight included the CPAs that the committee wants feedback on, and 2 labor tenants application. So this presentation, as I said, will also provide the progress on the 5 issues. It's not the whole report. It's only the 5 issues that are in the letter that requested this. I will start with Mawewe CPA and give the background, which is in the narrative, that this is a CPA that received a restituted land measuring over 6,000 hectares. They then had a CPA committee that was established in 2014 with a term that was, I don't know what happened there. The term of the CPA lapsed in 2019. At the time when the CPA committee lapsed, they had an intention to go to AGM, elective AGM. And however, in 2020, you remember there was COVID, we received an application from the Queen Mother that sought to put the CPA under administration of a team of consultants that he had brought to court. They never came to us, they went to the High Court directly, and their application was granted, and the CPA was placed under administration of these professionals that were appointed. We challenged that because it was contrary to the CPA legislation. And our matter then was granted that the administration of those individuals be not extended, and the CPA had to appoint an interim committee. And that is where we are. We are now dealing with issues of the interim committee. So I wonder if I'm being heard. I'm seeing things in the screen. I don't know what they are. I'm seeing things on the screen.
Tina, we don't see the screen and we don't see you.
Okay, thank you very much. There's nothing on the screen. The presentation has been pulled down. I don't know how. But I'm talking from my notes now. I was giving the background of Mawewe CPA so that we understand the committee. When the CPA committee, the interim executive committee, didn't attend the oversight, though they were invited. They sent 2 members of their community, and then we had the consent group that attended, and this is what the consent group raised with the committee, that there is no accountability in the CPA, the monies that are received are not shared to all the members. There were issues of discrepancies in the verification list, that is a beneficiary list that is there. In attendance to that meeting was Crook Brothers, the joint venture partner to Mawewe, who engaged the committee on their operations and their profitability. Maybe what I should raise now here for the purpose of this is that the monies that are paid for the rental and the profits from the operations are paid in the Mawewe CPA's bank account. In the engagement, the committee then proposed that we perhaps consider to put an interdict on the use of the bank accounts. That is how the interaction at the oversight went. So now I'm going to give the feedback on all the issues that were raised. One, regarding the maladministration of funds in the CPA by the interim committee, it was then directed to us that we we consider an urgent application to interdict further payments of the money from the joint venture into the CPA account and further the utilization of the account. We went to court through counsel for this matter because this matter is in court already. On the 11th of February, we were not granted the application. Our matter was struck off the roll because the judge felt this issue cannot be urgent. So we are participating in the matter that is currently in court, where the interim committee has went back there to seek that they are made a permanent committee because we couldn't approve the process that they followed to elect to enforce themselves to be a continuous permanent committee of the CPA. So we are in court. Number two, there is the issue of beneficiaries feeling that the royal family has influence over the CPA affairs. As indicated, this matter is sub judice where it is. We were waiting to file our responses to all these matters. However, we have to wait for Mr. Ngomane, a CPA member who has indicated interest in the application. So the court has advised that we wait for him to lodge his affidavit so that we can proceed with the matter. That is where we are with the Mawewe CPA. We can't do anything where we are in terms of dealing with all the issues that are supposed to be dealt with for us to go for AGM that will elect a proper committee, because we are stuck where the interim committee is in court to seek the court to make them a permanent committee, because as a department, we did not approve the process that was followed by them to put themselves as a CPA committee that is going to continue to manage the affairs of the CPA. I am now moving to Matsamo CPA. I will also again go and brief the committee on reminding us on what Matsamo CPA is about. In Matsamo CPA, again, we had a committee whose term lapsed in 2017. So they were due from long to go for an elective AGM, which has not happened. So there is a concerned group in Matsamo who's challenging the affairs of the CPA, a concerned group. Now they have split, there's a number of them within the same CPA. However, the issues are similar. They are also crying that the beneficiary list is not inclusive of all members who are supposed to benefit. They are also basically wanting an AGM to appoint and elect an executive committee that must run the affairs of the CPA. We intervened in this CPA. We indicated that DM and Minister engaged with the CPA. We had action plan that we needed to follow. That was meaning to take us to election 1, where a mediator was supposed to be brought to the CPA to mediate between the groupings that are in conflict or in disagreement. We had to update the beneficiary list and then go to election. Mediation took place and the fact-finding was finalized, and the main issue within that fact-finding was the issue of beneficiary list. So we had then to make sure that the beneficiary list is done. RLCC intervened there because, as you know, that the legislation is clear in terms of verification, because here the outcry was not updating. It was the beneficiary list from the time of settling the claim was not done properly. So verification had to be redone, basically. So there's a service provider that is currently on board that is assisting the CPA to finalize the verification. In that process, we have a lot of conflicting views among the two groupings, being one, the executive committee, that its term has lapsed. They are still in power. There is the four set aside that we had established to try and mediate between the two groupings, and we have the consent group. So we have not yet finalized this verification. We are stuck where we were basically. Our colleagues from RLCC are here if there will be questions around that. So that is where we are regarding the affairs of Matsamo. Now I'll go to the progress on the oversight matters that were raised. The presentation has been pulled down again. I indicated that the term of office of the current executive committee lapsed in 2017. They are due for an elective, but however, there is a dispute over the beneficiary list. I indicated that the service provider, I'm on the progress now, for re-verification has been appointed by the Restitution Commission to pave way so that we finalize the listing so that we go for an elective AGM. However, this process has been delayed because there's constant contestation around the process of verification. We have tried, even in the past 2 weeks, if I'm not mistaken, we had a meeting with the EXCO here in the office, and these are the issues that we continually engage with them. We have agreed with the restitution that we will have a full boardroom of all these groupings so that we can once and for all decide on how we're going to move with this verification. So basically, we are stuck. Everything that must happen regarding CPA and them going for elective AGM is dependent on this verification list being adopted and an AGM called. So we are also stuck there. The presentation is still not here. I will proceed to Jabulani Agri-Village CPA. This CPA is different from the two. It's not restitution. It's farm dwellers who were grouped from different sites in the Mondi forests for an establishment of an agri-village. This project was part of the comprehensive rural development intervention that government had in the 5th administration. It was led by the province, the office of the premier, wherein all the departments had to commit to implementation of this project. And as a department, we contributed with building about 34 houses of the 110 houses. 34 of them were built by us. We put solar street lights, we put solar in the houses, all the 110. We extended the school that was there. We built an ECD and a community center to form part of the whole picture of the agri-village that was envisaged. So we had the community, we bought the land, the Depends farm, measuring 598 hectares. At the time, there was standing timber by Mondi, which needed to be harvested on intervals so that as they harvest, we get the land. It was part of the agreement. The land is back to the people now, and the term of the CPA has also lapsed. The committee, when they got they raised issues around the transfer of the land to the community. They also raised an issue of the dysfunctional solar panels, the solar system that were put there because there's no maintenance on them. There is also an issue of ensuring that people has enterprises to sustain their livelihood. So what we have done, there was an issue of the access road. As you come through to the farm, the main road to the farm is in tatters. So that we indicated that road. I'm attending now to the issues raised. One being that access road. That access road is a responsibility of the provincial government. We have alerted the provincial Department of Public Works of the status of the road because that is their function. It was never a commitment from this department to build that road or rehabilitate it. Ours is the maintenance of the solar infrastructure which was installed by us. What we are doing to address this in the current recruitment of the NARISEC, because we want a permanent solution to the problem, because we have not only installed this system in this farm, we have quite a number of farm where farm dwellers are dwelling where which has this solar system. So we want to take a youth to training through a NARISEC program so that when they come back to establish enterprises. The plan is when they go to training, they will then be also given the what is it? Startup tools so that when they come back, they will intervene. This is not immediate. The problem will remain with us for some time until the youth finish. The program will take more than 6 months for them to come back and do. However, we saw this as a most effective, efficient way where the people that are staying in the communities are also given a skill that will make them have livelihoods. So they will then come back and deal with that issue. There is number 3, the regularization of the CPA. What we are doing now, we are done with updating the verification list. What is outstanding is the adoption of the list by the entire community. They are forever in conflict because of the timber that is there, because after cutting by Monday, the timber has regrown, so there is anyone who has power then cut. So we are disturbed by that. However, we are done in verification. We are just working towards having a date where we're going to adopt the list for us to go to election. There was the other issue of the handing over of the title. What is happening here, we will need to do some subdivision here. It's work that we are currently working through our directorate's plan. We'll need to subdivide all the portions where there are amenities. I mentioned a school that needs to go to provincial public works according to the vesting of land. We will then have to subdivide the households, the 110 households. The initial plan and the promises to the people is that they will get individual title to their land. That is what we're working on with SPLAM. It's work that is underway. Engagement has happened already. We are on site. And number 3, the last one was to provide the support to enable the community to utilize the land productively. We engaged with SAPI. SAPI is on board through their Kulisa program. They are in some of our land reform projects, and what they are doing is progressive, because they come, they assist with the replanting, they assist with finance, they also take the produce to them as a market. So they have engaged with the current CPA committee and the people in the agri-village. And what now is outstanding is the license to replant that we are working on. But it's work in progress. I believe when we come back in the next reporting cycle, we'll come back with progress that the process has started. It is a process that's happening in also some of our plus farmers who are with forestry. One of them I visited already. I've seen the project that they are running. We are now moving to the applications for labor tenants. I will start with the Nkambule family. where the committee visited, and there are land rights violation on this farm. The Nkambule family lodged applications. In the same family, we have two applications, one lodged by the head of the household, the other lodged by the elder brother. Both of them has since passed away. We are remaining with the wives and the other children on the farm. So the application has been processed up to where we issued the Section 17 notice to the landowner who disputed the application. However, when he saw that we are moving ahead with the process, he then came with an offer. We looked at the offer together with the special master. It doesn't make sense, that offer, because he is arguing things that are not there, not recorded there, that we promised as a department to give this family 400 hectares, and what he can only do is to give them 300,000. So we have rejected that offer through the attorney that is on record in Mtimunye. That is where we are right now. We're preparing to go to court on this matter. The committee will remember that we had challenges when we were visiting that committee. And during that engagement, the portfolio committee, I'm on the progress now. The number one, the land rights violation, the committee committed that they will subpoena the landowner to Parliament to explain his actions. So it's not our action. Our action was processing this labor tenants application for the family. We have progressed, as I indicated. The offer was received from the owner. We cannot just reject it. We had to go to the family and discuss. And the family also didn't accept. The special master was on board when we did this. So we are going to court. What we're doing now, we are joining the two applications to be one, where the wife of the son is giving the authority to the mother, to the queen, to the head of the household, which is the mother, the surviving spouse. So we are there now. We're going to go to pre-trial and then go to trial. We are working with the attorney on record in Mtimunye on this. The details in terms of the timeframes are in the report on this one. We further went to the police station. I know that the portfolio committee also engaged at the higher level. We also went back to the station commander and requested that he really assist this family so that their rights are protected, because there's nothing that we can do until this matter is settled. That was the last action on the Nkambule family. I am moving now to the 11 households that are on the Kleinfontein farm, a farm that is owned, or should I say was owned by Mr. Kanyile, that we visited. Even there, the families, there are 11 families there on the farm. We only have 6 applications on record for labor tenants that we could find in our files. The other 5 are farm occupiers. However, they are also arguing that they did lodge their claim. It's another matter that we are dealing with. We are dealing with this matter also. We have also served Section 17 on the landowner, who's Mr. Kanyile, who didn't even reject or accept. He just didn't respond on the matter. And on engagement, he was willing to offer 120 hectares to the entire 11 household, which was not sufficient. During the engagement with the portfolio committee, a figure of 500 hectares was proposed, that if at least he can give them 500 hectares. We went back to Mr. Kanyile after the engagement, and he was indicating that he would not agree. However, the farm has moved hands now, they have moved hence the farm to a trust that Mr. Kanyile is a member on. I'm now going to address the issues according to the presentation here. We have engaged Mr. Kanyile as indicated regarding the proposal of increasing the offer from 120 to 500. He indicated that the land is no longer his. He has other members who are co-owning the property. The property was transferred in October last year, or November last year, to the company. So he then said he must be given ample time. He didn't give us time frames to go engage with the board of trustees that he's co-owning the property with, and then he will come back. But then in that conversation already, he was not amicable to the 500. He said maybe 200. However, we have to wait for him to go and negotiate so that we can declare dispute, because we cannot just declare dispute on anything, nothing that is written. So as soon as he comes back and say he's not willing to give what we deem equitable, then we will take this matter to court. So we are working with the special master on all these matters of these two labor tenants, and we are ready to take this matter to the land court so that we can get agreements on them. The process is slower than we would like it to, but there's nothing that we can do from where we are sitting to influence how and when decisions should be made. This is our submission to the portfolio committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, DM and the team. I wonder if honorable members would like to pose questions and make some comments and observations. I'm ready to recognize hands.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm also struggling to actually.
Mthetha is the first one.
Okay, can I get members? Can I record the members whose hands are up or who wish to actually have Mthetha?
Dalane.
Matikizela.
Okay. Mthetha.
Dalane.
Mthetha, Matikizela, Dalane. Yeah.
Nana.
Okay. Honorable Nana and okay. Let's go with the 4 for now.
Yes.
Okay. Honorable Mthetha.
Yes. Thanks a lot, Chair. Thanks to Umama Slango for a presentation. I've picked up already a fault line on the issue of CPA versus the royal family, especially I think it's the first case, Yemawewe, where I hear that the members of the CPA are complaining about the royal family having an influence on the operations of the CPA. Now, that is a case in point of a dispute of a CPA and a royal family, because that tells you and confirms that the strategy of CPAs is encroaching in a jurisdictional right of the kingship. And this is the reason why I'm raising that. Let us go and sit down. But let me move from that one. These CPAs, given the conflicts they are suffering from, I'm picking up a tendency of white people
who are grouped with the CPA under pretense that they will be helping them to economically benefit. But it is confirming one constant line about white people, that they still want to cling on to the ill-gotten gains of land, where they forcibly removed our people, but they still want to continue using those lands to benefit financially. If they are given an opportunity, they come under pretense saying that they are working together with the CPAs, whereas they want to keep the markets of the produce that is produced on the land, but it is only them who engages with the buyers of the goods that are produced in the land, which means they still want to subject our black people to servitude and labor, even under pretense that they are owners, yet the ownership is not balancing. Also, this is exposing the CPA Act to say, instead of us being focused on producing on the land, we are being dragged into disputes through the court system, which is benefiting our lawyers, and they're eating the money which we don't have. But it is a design of a system of Roman, Dutch, and British law. When we are standing for Indaba Yamakosi, it is exactly against this background, where we are still stuck with Roman, Dutch, and British law systems and their schemes, that even under pretense that we are into 30 years of democracy, but we are suffering from the rest of Roman, Dutch, and British law, where their laws are dragging us not to be effective, but to continue to lose. And these projects, all of them combined, then it is showing us this willing buyer, willing seller, and this thing of us engaging with white people and trying to be gentle about the issue of land, whereas it is confirming one thing. When the land was lost, it was forced removal. There was no engagement, no agreement at all. Today, their intentions are still the same. They are not repentant to say, even in 30 years, they want to do it as they please, which means they are not interested to the national agenda of restoring land and transforming the issue of land. They want to see those families being bogged down into them being their servants and labor. The issue of Nkambule is out of question. Finally, we are still talking about those issues, but I am exposing the Roman, Dutch, and British law system that we are saying it is a legal way of running a country. I say it is foreign to our history and culture and heritage. No wonder we are still not better off 30 years later, and we are hoping that things will be better. It is not going to be. I hope one day we can wake up and stand up and return to our ways, because clearly the Roman, Dutch, and British law ways or Western ways is rejecting us. And Trump is making it very clear that out of all the people in South Africa that he cares for the white people, that they should not be touched when it comes to the land that they took from the blacks. And we are sitting with an egg on the face because a section of our community is being taken care of by the superpowers of the world to say they must do as this, which means they're not interested to see us being better off. And the case in point is AfriForum and Solidarity and Trump in the US. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nyangose. The next speaker is Honorable Ndalane.
Thanks, Chair. And under my way, slide 4, they said the matter was considered not urgent and costs were awarded against the department. What was the reasoning of the court on the questioning of the non-agency, and how much are the costs? What are the current state of affairs with the use of CPA resources by the alleged CPA Act? And really, it seems to me that the department is stuck with this matter. As the expert of CPA, what else do you think should be done? And in Matsamo, service provider has been appointed but cannot access CPA's offices for re-verification. What has the department done to assist him? And what is the cost and how much has been spent to date and for what? Jabulani Agri Village, youth to be trained for maintenance of infrastructure. It was scheduled in March 2025. What sort of engagement are underway? Will this deadline be met, and how many youth have been identified? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dalane. Honorable Matikizela.
Chair, thank you. Chair, I see this report, which is very, very thin in terms of the issues that should be contained here. And it makes me worried, Chair, because we are not making any progress on most of these matters. Now, I hear Honorable Mthethwa, and I'm really shocked that he doesn't see anything wrong with the abuse of power by a traditional leader in that Mawewe CPA, which resulted in many people not getting what is due to them. We can't justify that, colleagues. We can't justify traditional leaders or a traditional leader subjecting, the people to the kind of treatment that we are seeing happening in Mawe. That needs to be condemned. And if you compare, because again, the issue of traditional leaders is a very important one, and we shouldn't paint every traditional leader with the same brush, because if you compare what Nkosi Cebe, for example, is doing with CPA that we visited in KZN and what is happening here, this is treated completely differently. And therefore, what is happening in Mawewe cannot be justified. We can't really allow someone, just because she enjoys the status of being a traditional leader, to abuse people like that. That cannot be. And what is missing in this report, Chair, if I can be frank here, is the influence of the department officials in the challenge that we see in these CPAs, if I can be frank. Because, if you look at Matsamo, for example, I just don't understand why every time, for example, when there's a need for an AGM, there must be a verification that include all and sundry. Now, this CPA, for example, the verification, since it was established, has been done 3 times already. 2008, 2013, 2022. And I'm still puzzled as to, because the department was leading these verification processes. Are you trying to tell me as a department that after all these verifications, you are still entertaining people who call themselves the concerned group and really spending taxpayers' money to do another verification? This says to me there's an interest here from some officials. So that is not, you are not being told about that. And Chair, if you look at the CPAs, and for me, what is concerning as well, if you look at the latest annual report of these CPAs, all 138 pages, you don't get a sense as to what is happening there in terms of productivity. The focus is on problems. You can go through that entire report of 138 pages of 1,742 CPAs. You get very little that tells you what is really happening in those CPAs besides non-compliance and problems. And I have a problem with that. But I do want to dispel this notion that people are keep on repeating here. In fact, if you look at the CPAs that are really functioning, it's only CPAs who have partnered with the previous landowners. Now, this notion that previous landowners are imposing themselves, are abusing people, it's not true. In fact, it is the responsibility of the department to say, if there's a partnership between the CPA and previous landowners, the current landowners that have been given the land are getting a fair share in terms of dividends. That's why the department needs to step in and make sure that does happen. Because if truth be told, many CPAs have been giving this land, which is a massive, massive asset worth billions, but with no support at all. I mean, if there is a support, it's very minimal. It's not assisting them to really make sure that these assets that worth billions are productive. And therefore, people have to find a way to make them productive. And one way of doing that is to partner with the previous landowners. So where there are allegations of abuse and unfairness, that's where the department needs to intervene. But to just simply say that the previous landowners are a problem is not supported by the reports and the evidence in the reports. So it's not true. Otherwise, these assets, I mean, will become dead capital if truth be told. So, Chair, I mean, I am a bit really concerned about the capacity of the department to be able to get to the bottom of these challenges. And very little said about the Kambule family. And remember, Chair, almost all the areas that we went to, we communicate with the people there. And what you see in the report and what people are telling us from from the areas that we visited, I mean, it's completely different. The department is painting a different picture from what is happening there. And again, there's this influence of the officials because of interest, in these programs and projects. And Chair, I really think, as I'm about to step down, part of our strategic session must delve deeper into what is happening in these areas, because this report, honestly, is telling us very little. And as I said, we are not only relying on these reports, we also have communication with people that are part of those areas that we have visited before. So, really, Chair, I mean, this report leaves much to be desired, and something urgent needs to be done to speed up the process of dealing with the challenges in these areas.
Thank you, Honorable Matikita. Thank you, Honorable Nana.
Thanks very much, Chairman. And I really wouldn't want to belabor a point. Honorable Matikizela has hit the nail on the head. We have a problem here, Chairman. The report from Mpumalanga, despite our best efforts of having spent almost the entire week there, gave departmental officials a task to perform. And yet they come and present this thin report. I think as a starting point, Chairman, we need to reject this report outrightly. A lot could have been done. It is about time that some of these government officials take this committee serious. It is a real pity that we opted for a virtual meeting. It would have been interesting to be in a physical meeting to observe body language around the room, because it also says a lot. To that end, Chairperson, I really don't want to lose breath over this report. Besides proposing that we should reject it outrightly, in seconding what Honorable Matigizela said, that the Mpumalanga situation should be an agenda item on its own in our strat plan. We need to dig deep into what is obtaining in Mpumalanga. If needs be, we must bring in law enforcement agencies. Other than that, I will not dignify this report with further comments. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nana. I recognize a hand from an iPad. I don't know who that one is. Who is that honorable member?
Okay, I'll lower it, Chair. Sorry, it is me.
Is it an old hand?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Honorable Letama,
My hand is not recognized, Chair.
is it up?
Yes.
Okay. I have already recognized Honorable Letama's hand. Is it
Thank you.
his?
Thank you,
Okay.
Chair. No, Chair. It is very discouraging to see the kind of progress that is being reported here. The issue, for instance, of the verification of beneficiaries seems to be a perennial problem which is not being addressed properly and timelessly. The matter of the labor tenants claimants with now the owner saying that there's a new arrangement. Also, it's a matter that should have just been taken to court because the labor claimants have a right which cannot be so negatively affected by the whims of the new owner. And we also know that in that claim that people are being evicted. We didn't hear the department on what measures have been taken to make sure that the impounded cattle and evictions on that land are being stopped. The Kambule matter is heartbreaking. If even up to last week, he was still calling to say there are activities that are happening by these farmers. The police are failing him, and the department is failing him. The speed at which the claim is being resolved is discouraging. So overall, it is a very painful, discouraging matter of the Mpumalanga department's intervention on this matter. So I do align myself with the skepticism of whether this report can in fact be adopted by this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Letama. Honorable Matiase. Is Honorable Matiase still on the platform? Oh, we have lost him. Are there any additional hands?
Yes, Chair. Honorable Madlala.
Oh, Honorable Madlala.
Can I wake up?
Can I actually take a list? Honorable Madlala, you are on the floor.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Greetings, DM, Chairperson, and members of the committee, and Chief Director from Mpumalanga. I'm very worried, Chair, about this report from Mpumalanga. The critical issue is debt for the communities. And there is nothing is talking about debt here. And according to my knowledge, that in Mpumalanga, we are talking about 2 now, CPAs, Matsama and Mawewe. I think there's 7 communities in Mpumalanga. It's Bambanano, Ingwenyama, and Libuya, Mhlaba Trust. They are all in the same situation. That is bad. These joint ventures, I'm definitely sure that the department in a sandla kulama joint ventures, because yearly the communities accumulate these debts. I don't know whether the department or the minister is know that once this debt it's accumulated up until it's equivalent to the value of the money that the department bought this land for the communities. I don't think those white farmers will allow to be out in these joint ventures because of the communities will be sitting in debt. Automatically, the white farmers, they will take back these farms that are bought by the department. I'm very worried if we don't talk about these debts, because we need to know that, put a special attention that who debts is it, and is a community or a partner or both? How was incurred? We need to know all those things before, because these debts, remember, I think it's in 2019, all 7 communities, they were sitting in plus or minus 700 million. So how much is it now? These joint ventures, the community will be able to come out on this agreement while they will have accumulated debts. Can we make a special attention, or we can even chair maybe president to intervene a special investigation unit in Mpumalanga. We have a serious problem in Mpumalanga. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Madlala. In the absence of any hands, I will then hand over to the Honorable DM and his team.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Kindly be informed, Chair, that DM has gone into an appointment that he had at a surgery, and he had indicated once he left that we should then convey this message to the Chair. Thank you very much, Chair, for the questions that have been conveyed to the department from Honorable Tetra up to Honorable Magala. We have got a team from the department that will respond. We will start first in Mpumalanga, then I will allow the 2 DDGs responsible for the component, Mele Tompa, to have her input, and also Mr. Terindo, who's responsible for the function, to also have an input. Then I'll wrap up in terms of the department's input. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much, DGM. Thank you for the questions. I will answer those questions that are operational, and then the ones that I think are general, then I'll leave them to the DGM and the DGGs. The issue, I'll start with the issue of Mawewe, a CPA, wherein the Honorable Mteto has indicated that there is that level that the traditional or tribal authority is not given the respect, if I can put it, that it deserves. Maybe I need to be mentioning that here we are talking about a a situation where the Queen Mother is now the chairperson of the interim committee, who is then running the CPA contrary to the CPA Act. It's not a question of a relationship wherein he together with those working with her put up a constitution that is saying that the traditional leader shall remain a chairperson for life, and they need to be allocated land for life in the land of the CPA. We're talking about issues like that, wherein even now they are insisting that the courts allow that to happen perpetually. That is what we are fighting. We are not fighting the authority of a royal house. We respect the royal houses in Mpumalanga. We work through the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders very well in the issues of our traditional leaders. Number two is the conflicts that are perpetuated by the partners. And I think this one, I had thought perhaps the minister may attempt to attend to it. But where I'm sitting, I need to indicate that when CPAs engage in this partnership, in many instances, they do it outside us as officials. I heard another member saying we are contributing. Perhaps there are cases that are referenced to, I wouldn't know. But from where we are sitting, we intervene in CPAs where they've already entered into this joint venture agreements, and their agreements signed among them that is defining how they are going to work and the profitability therefore. We are not blinded to the fact that in some of these agreements, our people are taken for granted and are deprived of the full benefit. However, because our legislation or the CPA Act doesn't, or the act that we implementing doesn't allow us to interfere in the issues that are pertaining to how then they run their affairs. All we will require from them are the financial statements at the time they are reporting, which in many instances, if you look at them, you will see a proper statement that's written. But as to what happened on a day-to-day basis, if our beneficiaries are not raising it, we will not be able to then interfere from where we are sitting on those issues. But we do advise our beneficiaries to always, I remember with Mawewe, when they got the land, I asked them, the previous committee, can you please bring these agreements that you have entered with the Crook brothers so that we can send them for our national office to look at them if they are in order. They didn't bring it to us. So that is how then these issues get to happen the way they are happening. I'm moving to the question of the matter of our agent application being struck off the roll by the judge. The judge indicated that this matter is not urgent. It can wait for the normal court processes for it to be dealt with. When we are in court, we don't have an opportunity to ask because we filed affidavits from both ends, and the judge had to go through what has been presented for them to rule like this. We were not participating physically. It was through affidavits that we filed through counsel from that end. And then the issue of the Jabulani and the youth that we're bringing through the process. The process, we're doing this through the NARISAC program. The NARISAC program is currently engaged in in shortlistings and interviewing. And there's criteria that are set for each and every, because as you know, this youth must go to TVET, and TVET has requirement for specific courses. So when we advertise, we will use those specific requirements for the wards that are identified. Then there will be shortlistings, then there will be contracting for the youth to come on board. Currently, what is happening now in March is that we're finalizing the interviews for the shortlisted candidates. The process happened at district level and appointment happened at that level. So we'll know after the final round has been done as to the number of youth that were successful during the interviews for us to take them through the program. Then there was an issue about the influence of department officials in the matter of the CPAs, in that these verifications, it looks like it's our making. I indicated here, especially in my world, that the consent groups, it's not us who decides when to do verification. Verification is usually, and it's done, procedure dictates that at the time of verifying who is beneficiary to the people that were dispossessed, we then come up with a list. But over the years, the people now are disputing that not everyone that was dispossessed has been verified, and some of the families that are members of those that were dispossessed are not in the list. So this came out very loud. And in many instances, that is what propel us to do verification. Otherwise, a normal procedure for CPA and them going to an elective AGM is that we just update the list wherein they check if there were members who are deceased, so that a family may nominate a representation, or updating the family trees if there are additional members that are qualifying according to the constitution of the CPA. There is no instance in these two CPAs that officials are coming up with a need for verification. It came out of the consultations that were done, and this was presented to the minister and the deputy minister by the beneficiaries themselves, that they want the verification list to be redone so that everyone who was supposed to have been a beneficiary in Mawewe, in Matsamo, is enlisted as a beneficiary. That is why we stuck here. It is not our interest to keep this process stuck here. We would have wished that we move to an elective AGM so that we can focus on other CPAs that have problems. We have been with this CPA for the longest time, trying to help them in this issue. And there is another question that it seems like CPAs are functional where they are partnership, and I think it was a comment. It is something that still needs to be proven, perhaps through evaluation, if those CPAs are really successful and everyone is benefiting. The issue around support, which must be given for productivity. We do give CPA support through the Section 42C of the Restitution Act, and CPAs do benefit, including the trust. They do benefit. We have CPAs and trusts that have benefited through Section 42C of the Restitution Act, where they have been given grants, and that information is available. It can be shared. I don't want to speak from my mind. I know there are those, but we can give you the details of those that have been given But what we have seen is that this support is not guaranteeing that there will be success, because you will remember that during the many of the dispossession, people were moved to areas where they were not farming. So when they return back to the land, they are requiring, many of them, the skills that are required to operate these big farms that they are given. So in instances where you just provide them support without providing the skills that are required, such projects will be doomed for a failure. Hence, we have now the LDS that's partnering these farmers with commodity organizations that must help them. We have also about, I think, 2 projects of such nature that we're trying to help them through the commodity organization. We yet to see through monitoring and evaluation if that is helping. There's another question that says there seems to be very little that is said about the Nkambule, and also that there is influence of officials in this. I wouldn't agree until perhaps I'm given that information about officials that are involved in this matter, because this issue of the Nkambule, it's a pain also to us. We wish we can move them. We wish we can move them where they are to a safer place where we can provide them land. But as you know, they are not willing to move from that land where they are. They want their rights to be redressed there where they are being abused. And that is what we are trying. When the courts are involved, we don't have an influence as officials. Hence, we appoint the legal representatives that we work with so that they are able to deal with the matter. With the Nkambule issue, we'll have to go for the trial that we are preparing for, so that the court may rule on the award that is due to them. That is perhaps what I need to say on the Nkambule. This is painful also to us. We're not sitting and not just doing anything because we don't see if there is a problem. And then there is another comment that the report that we have given is not sufficient from 3 members. This report is not the full report of the visit. We have a full report that we have done. It has been submitted to the portfolio committee through the department. It's a full report that is responding to all the other sites that were visited. This one is a request that we just zoom into these 5 areas and address the issues that are highlighted in the report of the portfolio committee. We received the report of the portfolio committee. We worked through it, and then we picked up all the issues that were raised in that report together with what we had crafted. And overall, what we presented here are the issues that we need to address that we have raised here. However, we are willing to also take other issues that we must work on. We will work on them. We will give priority to them so that this report that is on this only 5 projects is done. As I said, we have the bigger report that we had already submitted, which was said is going to be presented by the minister for the portfolio committee. We did comply and drafted that report and submitted it. It's a detailed document, a big document that we have submitted, not these 5 projects that we are bringing now and dealing with that. In Mpumalanga, it is true, we have huge problems in land reform. We have huge problems in land reform that we deal with each and every day. and maybe the bringing of other external forces to come and look at what the problem is will really help us, so that perhaps we are able to target on those areas that we have to target on. And then there was the issue of the verification list not addressed timeously. I think I indicated that we don't do verification every time. Verification is done at the time when a claim is being settled, and then annually, then the committee or the CPA will update a beneficiary list. However, there are instances like in Matsamo where people are coming now to say, but this verification list that you used to settle the claim is excluding many of us. We want to be included. That is when then that you will have to go back and do the verification. And that is what we are doing in Matsamo. I'm going. I think I'm trying to venture clearly. Yeah, I think I have tried to raise these issues. And the last one on the 7 communities in Gomazi that is in debt as a result of these joint ventures. I should mention to members that in Gomazi we have the 2 CPAs. That's all that we have as CPAs. The other communities are registered as trusts. They are trusts, and many of them they have now been taken and given to the court has ruled that they are given to trustees that will manage the affairs of the CPA because of those trusts because they were not functioning properly. We don't have a legislative right to interfere in issues of trusts. We do go and help. We do go and assist and advise them, and also where we need to redirect them to the office of the master. We do that with them and direct them when they should lodge their complaint. But if the complaints are minimal complaints that we can deal with, we do sit down with the committees where there are still committees and deal with them. But the 7 that Honorable Madala is mentioning are trusts that are under administration of trustees that were appointed by courts to run those CPAs. And it is true that they are being mismanaged by those that the courts granted them the authority to look after them. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. Is there any further input, DG?
Thank you very much, Chair. I had requested Mele Domba if she has got comments, followed by Mr. Ndove.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and to all of the honorable committee members. Currently, DG, I've noted all of the comments that were made and the questions and the unhappiness coming from the honorable members, and I pledge to say I will go back and sit down with the team and see where we can improve in terms of the bigger report that we have already submitted. If the members have not yet received that report, I will also ensure that they do receive that report. Thank you, DG.
Thank you so much, DG, and good afternoon, Chair, honorable members, my colleagues. I really also would not want to add more. I think Ms. Sihlangu has covered most of the areas. But I just thought I just need to indicate that the issue of the CPA is a challenge. And unfortunately, ourselves as officials, we can't run away from it. We have to be involved. And normally when there are two warring factions or more factions, obviously whatever you do to others, they will think you are siding with the other opposing faction. And that does not mean that we as officials are claiming to be very clean in our work. Yes, there may be instances where indeed we commit those mistakes or deliberately, but obviously it happens without our knowledge. And if we can pick it up, we really have to deal with it. But in normal circumstances, as officials, we have to always remain neutral, even when there are two warring factions, so that we are seen to be peacemakers rather than to fuel the fight amongst communities. That cannot be our objective. And if it happens, obviously, we take that very seriously, and there have to be consequences for such if it happens. But I just need to indicate that where there are two warring factions, the reality is that even in somehow one faction can actually label yourself as being partisan to the other one, and it's just unfortunate. And the other thing is that the issue of leadership within CPA is a very, very, very contested area. And normally, much of the challenges that we experience emanate from immediately when a leadership has been elected and the others feel this leadership does not represent their interest. And obviously, that's where the problem starts. Obviously, there's an experience we all know where leadership have abused their power and abused the resources of the communities, and they even refuse to comply with the provision of the Act in terms of ensuring that they hold annual general meetings or being transparent in their activities as leaders of that community. So those are the challenges that we are facing. We try by all means to try to resolve them, but in some other cases, these challenges are just a little bit more, but we are not given. We will not give up. We will continue to find a way and to ensure that indeed we resolve these matters. I think that's my contribution to teaching. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Maybe let me rise on 4 points. The first one from Honorable Magala on joint ventures. I think one of the things that one experiences in terms of the engagement is the accumulation of debt that arises from the engagements that we are having, even historical for that matter, in these joint ventures. And it really raises a very serious point around whether these farmers, the CPAs that we have, would be able to make money in the foreseeable future. And therefore, because they are separate and independent entities, the issue that we should be raising, which was raised by Mayor Sihlangu, was that what kind of sustainable models can we put in place to ensure that we win the CPAs of dependency model that we have in terms of joint ventures? Because one of the things that we have got to be aware of is that the department is not exposed to what kind of guarantees do we have in terms of the joint ventures, what kind of legal vetting went into the ventures that we go into, the marketing agreement that they have, whether it's through management, technical assistance, and market access. Those are the issues that are still missing in terms of the engagements. And they miss not because of the department's not attempt to deal with those, but because recognizing that this is an independent entity that has got responsibilities over the assets of communities in terms of CPAs. So that's something that we have got to deal with. It's not only applicable to CPAs, it's applicable even to a land that is under plus, it's applicable to current ventures that we have in the industry in general. And it raises quite a few aspects around how do we run profitable businesses in South Africa, and how at the center of it, joint ventures can be a boon or even a death to corporate kind of systems that we have. So, Honorable Madala, you are right, but it does not win us off as the department to just work on how do we have a sustainable model where we can have joint ventures that are not cumbersome on the people who are responsible for executing the CPAs in this case, and also on the state per se. The second element that I thought was very important was what Honorable Nana and Honorable Madikizela raised, with different levels of interpretation, I would say. The first one was the capacity of the department to solve this issue that deals with CPAs. And Honorable Nana pulls it and says that it's consistently raising the very same issues that we are having, and the level of responses that we have given. I would like to indicate that the current system that we are having of the department splitting, for me, offers an opportunity for the department to have razor-sharp attention to the issues that have got to deal with what the mandate of the department is, and forsake whatever that's not the mandate of the department, so that when the department rises, it can rise on mandate and be able to respond on the mandate. So for me, if we have got to look at it differently, that the reset button would be able to assist us to deal with the mandate, and also focus, have a lean focus and a razor-sharp focus on the mandate, including this one of CPAs, as responded to earlier on. There was an issue around the full report. Let me just indicate to the colleagues that the report is not yet with the portfolio committee, but that report, as indicated from Menedomba, will be fortified. The report that we're giving today was only on the 5 projects that were on the table, and we will submit a report that has got full details in terms of the visit that the portfolio committee had in Mpumalanga. Lastly, I think much has been said about the issue around verification. In a field where you cannot do something right when in its origination there were a few things that were wrong. You will continually have to go and look at this issue. If verification and finalization of the claim were not correct, and there are legitimate issues that are raised along the process, they will consistently be raised by the people who are within the system. And it's incumbent on the department to respond to these issues. Otherwise, we will have eternal problems around that issue. So if verification at origination was not correct, I think we will have that problem ad libitum as the department going forward. And how we would solve this is through proper communication with the commission to ensure that we close the loop on the claims as they are settled. I thought those were the 4 issues that I wanted to raise on what the colleagues have also eloquently captured, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable DG. Honorable members, we have 7 minutes before the end of our meeting. There was a proposal actually made by Honorable Nana in regards to the adoption of the report from Mpumalanga. Now, I'm not sure, in the light of the explanations that have since been given, whether he still stands by his proposal. Honorable Nana.
It's a bit of a difficult one, but I will take the DG's word that the complete report is currently sitting with them. So on those bases, I will withdraw my proposal pending the submission of the report. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Honorable Nana. I thought you were going to want to put a kind of a time frame within which that report could actually be submitted to all of us, so that we are able to see. Honorable colleagues, you know as much as I do that the issue of the Mpumalanga land reform program is very much a topical issue in our dealings in Parliament. So we really need every bit of information that we can get to be able to do justice to the issues that bedevil the land reform program in Mpumalanga. So that is why I am inclined to actually want to hear from the DG what sort of time frame would he actually give us by which we would be able to get the report that is spoken about.
Chairman, at this stage, I think you can ask the DG what will be the reasonable time frame. Thanks.
In fact, I'm actually asking the DG.
Based on the discussions that, oh, sorry about that, Honorable Chair.
Yes, no, you can carry on, DG.
Okay, my apologies, Honorable Chair. Based on the discussions that we have had today, I don't know, because we still have got to process it through the minister. Would a period of 14 days be sufficient or amenable to the portfolio committee, not sufficient?
Well, from where I sit, 14 days should be sufficient. Should be enough to actually go through all the processes, because we also do not want a report for the sake of a report. We want a substantive report which actually addresses or meets all the expectations that we have for a report to contain. I don't know whether honorable members agree with me that 14 days, we could actually give the DG 14 days to within which he should actually submit that report.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
This is Matthias.
Oh, Honorable Matthias.
Well, because I'm traveling, I miss a lot of the presentations and questions by members. But then what is key here, and it stands out, what is and should have been why we have accepted a report we have accepted the department to bring before the committee a non-report. What they have submitted and presented in this meeting is a non-report, because this should have been processed and having taken with the spirit in which we have raised concerns of the CPAs in Mpumalanga and the agency with which those problems should be addressed. The department should have taken due diligence and ensured that before they even attempt to bring anything in the form of a report to the portfolio committee, they have done the necessary work and have ensured that they've covered space in dealing with those matters. Whether is it about matters of facilitation on disputes on the membership or the list of beneficiaries, they should have done something concretely. Now they've come and presented the report as if there's a report, whereas looking closely at it, there's no report. And now they ask for extension of about 14 days. The question is why, in the first place, they brought a non-report before the portfolio committee. Perhaps we need something like an Elon Musk efficiency ministry that must police all the ministries, police ministers, and officials who do not do their work. We need something like an Elon Musk Ministry of Efficiency. I don't know what are we entertaining all the time with officials who come before the portfolio committee for compliance purposes. Our people are struggling in the farms. They have been harassed by Bure commandos, masquerading as private security companies. Our people have been abused by joint ventures of predominantly owned by white people who takes the lion's share of the proceeds and the products that they make from the farms. And they throw bones to our people, and our people are fighting over bones. This must be a unacceptable behavior and conduct of officials who will always come before the committee. Report, no report. I don't agree with the extension of anything, including the 14-day extension that they're asking for. They must just go back and do the proper work and present proper concrete reports on progress on these things that bedevils our people on daily basis, Honorable Chair. I'm fed up with the conduct of officials and ourselves applying a laissez-faire as if things is business as usual. This has to come to an end, Honorable Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Matthias. So there is a strong feeling that the 14 days actually cannot be accepted. I don't know whether other honorable members would like to actually have a bite on that.
Chairperson, my hand is up.
Yes. Yes, you have the floor, honorable members.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Thank you. I just wanted to check whether the department start with the report. How far are they with the report if they themselves proposed for 14 days? If they can answer that. Thank you, Chair.
DG.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The report is currently in the office of DDG Ndove, who's doing quality assurance on the report. But I would also like to indicate maybe from Honorable Matthias's side, the department was requested to make a report on the 5 projects by Parliament. And that is what the department had provided. The report that you are talking about is a full report that encapsulates the recommendations that came from the portfolio committee during the visit in Mpumalanga, and it is a wholesome report that captures everything. This was just the 5 as requested, Honorable Chair, and we want to just clarify that misunderstanding. Thank you.
Well, thank you, honorable members.
Chair?
Yes.
It's Bongosi here.
Yes, honorable Matthias.
Chair, I understand where the fury of Honorable Member Matthias is coming from. And I share his concerns and entirely, because I hear what the DG is saying, but surely, I mean, we went to that oversight 5 months, in fact, almost 6 months ago. I mean, to come here, I mean, I understand we requested those 5 issues, but to have an incomplete report almost 6 months after the visit, it's something that cannot be acceptable, with all due respect. So, having said that, if the DG is committing to 14 days, as you said, Chair, we will grant that 14 days because we want a full report that makes sense to us. We don't want to disagree on the 14 days and only to get a half-baked cake as well. So, with the consent of Honorable Member Matthias, I concur, Chair, but really, I think it's a point that we've been making about the capacity of this department and the lackluster, response on issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matigizela. Well, I take it that honorable members are actually saying that you have your 14 days that you have asked for, but they are giving it very reluctantly because they feel that there has been actually ample time to have completed all that you wanted to do over the period of 6 months since we visited Mpumalanga. That being the case, we will be expecting a comprehensive, complete report within the next 14 days from the department. And I also perfectly understand the anger from some members, particularly Honorable Matthias. In fact, you could even say that there is an element of frustration in his contribution because, he can't understand why we are still talking about processes of a report which still have not been completed. That being the case, I want to say that officials, please understand the gravity and the urgency of the situation that we are dealing with as this committee. And please come to the table, be part of that agency, do your part, and so that the people ultimately benefit from what we are actually trying to do. With those words, I do want to thank every member who has made an effort to be part of this meeting, and also apologize once again for a slight confusion that actually happened in the process whilst we were preparing for this meeting. We had actually planned to have a physical meeting precisely because of the gravity of the issues that we were actually looking to deal with the Mpumalanga issues, but because of other commitments members have, we just could not have a physical meeting. But thank you so much, honorable members. Thank you so much to the Deputy Minister and his team for actually making it possible for us to meet even through visual means, but we did meet. Thank you very much, honorable members. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
That since. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.